Testing, testing. I'm a little bit quiet, am I? I don't know. We'll see. Many sniffs. I'll have to see, maybe this weekend. I don't know. I think probably this weekend I'll have time to make emotes. I really want this my own sniffing one so bad. I think it'd be really cute. It's this cow sniffing. Okay. I don't remember where we were at. I know we left off right before someone was supposed to give their testimony, I think. And I'm just realizing now that my glasses have a whole bunch of smudges. You know what? I'm gonna go wipe that. I can't look at the screen with this. Okay, just give me like a minute to clean my glasses. I don't think I would mind glasses as much if they didn't like get so dirty so easily. Could you imagine if like eyes worked the same way? You can get smudges on your eyes. I think I would cry. That's no way to live. Okay, there's like this one stubborn smudge that doesn't want to go away. Go away. No, it's there to stay. Okay. I'm not gonna fight it. It's probably like some soup stain. What is that? Okay, well, it's not coming off. I'll just have to leave it. Okay, that's better. I'm gonna get ads. I forgot to change card. That's okay. Moomoo's hello, Bayo. How's your Wednesday going? Okay. Okay, I think this is acceptable. My glasses are somewhat clean. Thank you for the tomato. Oh, right. Shamspeare was going to testify. Thank you for the headbat. I'm late again. I know I am. It's not that late though. Not as late as I could have been. I think people should notice by now that when I mention a time, I'm always gonna be like 10-15 minutes late. Because I'm very bad at time management. Oh my god, Shamspeare? I keep forgetting that the word sham exists, and it basically means that he's a fraud. You used to be early. Yeah, now I'm like I'm late. Something I'll have to fix. I don't know. I'll work on it eventually. You used to care, why don't you care anymore? I don't know. It's not that I don't care, it's that being late by like 15 minutes doesn't bother me too much. I know people say you should be consistent because otherwise if you're not consistent or if you're late, then people who normally watch you will just go off and find somebody else. Ow! But yeah, it's mostly me just not starting stuff early enough to be able to finish before I start the stream. So, I don't know. Maybe I should make myself a schedule and try to stick to it. I know that helps some people. Because like if I force myself to do things at a certain time, I'll finish before I have to start streaming. I've been hatching an evil plan this week. Pray tell, what are your dubious plans? Is it world domination? Sorry, I was like pausing for a second because I was trying to figure out. I think it would be too much work, would it? Because like, what if Shamspeare only spoke an iambic pentameter? But I don't think it works. I don't think they would do that, especially because I don't know how difficult that is to do in Japanese. I don't remember. Iambic pentameter is like, I know it's stressed and unstressed, but like it's a certain number of syllables, is it not? Like 5? Iambic pentameter. Let me Google. Why? I like how nothing wants to give me like just a quick definition. A rhythm structure that's used to keep a pace of 5. I think that's like 5 syllables? I don't know. Anyways. Saw posting for a job with the uni, wanted to read the contract with the union. Upon research, I remember that I tried to do research on this union before. The union site has been down for years because during 2020 they forgot to pay their bills on the website. And I got taken over by a Japanese markup blog and store. That's so funny. When I was searching it this week, I noticed that the domain was available, so I purchased it. Oh my god. Are you gonna hold it hostage? Are you gonna be like, if you don't give me this job, I'm gonna keep hold of your domain? Bayo out here playing 5D chess. I mean, that'll certainly make you stand out amongst all the candidates, wouldn't it? That you own their domain name. I was going to sell it back to them. I was debating how much, and I was considering how much I can ask for it, since I also have their email system too. No way. It's debating 10, 20, 50k. I have no idea how much that would go for. But I find it very funny that you did this. I eagerly await for what happens afterwards. Right. So Shamspeare is now testifying. I think, yeah, it's the night that he got poisoned. What did I even... What? I don't even remember what voice I did for this man. There's no they about. My neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But merry, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. I wonder... 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips this late hour, naught else. I wonder how difficult it is to... Because I know you can always write and then translate it into something that sounds Shakespearean, but like to just write it straight up Shakespearean, I want to try that. But offering to sell it to them is illegal thanks to a law in 1999, so I can hold it until they come to me. Oh, so you basically have to wait until they want to buy it from you. Is that what it is? So you can't sell it to them, but they can buy it from you? Is that what that is? I don't know. I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fella. Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shamspeare's room all night? Oh my god, we got a voyeur? That's right. Of course the bloke's window's all but blocked up, isn't it? Well, there's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that. The question is, sir, why? Ah, well, now, that's because he's on my list. What a piece of work is a man, wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment? This man's ego is so big. Except my information is hidden, so I don't know how they'll contact me. I could set up the domain's email system, but that costs money. What are you talking about?
This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed. Make no more ado about his tedious words.
I swear to God, his eyebrows are like Shamspeare. His eyebrows are just permanently in that like swoop up position, and I hate it.
What do you say about me?
Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more.
Indeed, that is so.
And as the testimony we have just heard clearly reveals, there was no one else other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime.
Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. The wintry nights of my discontent. Okay, we're gonna press them on everything. To be clear, by neighbor, you're referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, indeed, sir. Perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs.
And at what time did the mustachioed Nipponese visit you in your room?
Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo, did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea. Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes. And we were roiled in such literary debate as history hath not seen before.
By which I presume he means in their discussion about who was the stronger, Romeo or Juliet.
I, Shamspeare, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbour played the fair Juliet.
You know what, though? I did learn that there's, someone made, like, not like a direct musical of Romeo and Juliet, but, like, they did kind of, like, based loosely on the story of Romeo and Juliet. And, it's not, it's what they call a jukebox musical. So basically, like, no songs were written for this musical. It's just, like, existing songs, like, pop songs that they'll, like, rearrange. Like, they'll keep the lyrics, but, like, they'll rearrange some of the music to make it, like, fit. But yes, that exists. It's called & Juliet, and it's basically what would happen if Juliet didn't kill herself in the end when Romeo takes the poison. Very interesting. Because it's a jukebox musical, you can't really listen to the soundtrack and understand the plot. So I went on Wikipedia to read it. Music is very nice though. There's a rearrangement of one of the songs by Britney Spears, and it slaps so hard. I have a question. If you're an elected board member of that union, what is the amount that you're willing to pay without debate with the board? What is the maximum amount you would be willing to pay? There's a large amount of outside domains that link to my domain. It's also linked to the tax filings, and I still have their email system. My perception of money is not good. But like, I know it's in the thousands range. I guess it depends on what the budget is. Like, yeah, usually probably like, the range I can think of is in the tens of thousands. But yeah, I'm not good with money questions. I don't know what is a lot and what is a little. Oh my god, Vale. I looked at their tax filings. They have 1 million plus minus 1.5 million in cash. Oh my god. Vale. Is it because you have their domain, or is it because tax filings are public to some degree for like unions or whatnot? $1 million to 1.5 million. I mean, I don't think I would pay like 100,000 if that's what you're asking. For like, because I don't know. Would it be that difficult to change the domain listed on the tax filings and the emails and stuff? Ah, okay, tax filings are public, they're non-profit. I see, okay. But yeah, I don't think... Somewhere in the tens of thousands, not into the hundreds though. That's all I can hazard a guess of. They might not even want to pay, maybe they'll like, I don't know. It's probably more work, but like, wouldn't it be possible to just set up a new domain? And then, you know, just change what's on their tax filings and like their email stuff. It's not difficult, but they haven't done it for a long time. Yeah, I don't know, either tens of thousands or just set up a new website, honestly. I read this line. I really want to see Natsume in a Juliet costume, because I think that would be hilarious.
Each of us dressed as would our characters be, to bring weight upon our merry experiment. I dare not imagine the scene.
Neither do I, Judge.
Frailty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the Eastern art of jujitsu, but ne'er did I dream 'twould be a skill practiced by the comely maiden.
No way, you're telling me Natsume Jujitsu Shamspeare's butt? I thought they were having like some intellectual debate, but I think, did they actually have some sort of like physical battle? Juliet beat Romeo up? This is not helping our case. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room.
My liege, I am thy servant. Oh, gladly, I would do thy bidding.
There's something called domain authority. When you search for that union's name on Google, my domain is the first result. So if they started a new site, it'll still be less popular than the old one, since it... Oof, I'm getting some, like, burps. Since it's been operating for so long. That's true, there is that downside. But yes, maybe they'll want to. Maybe they'll want to pay you.
Hold it!
Let me stop you there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. No. What is this character animation? Could you imagine if you did this in court? They throw me out so quickly. If the defendant had really put the poison into your tea, then that 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain.
Gladly, 'tis an easy task.
What?
I did drink of the tea not while my guest did tarry, but after he took leave of me. Faith, 'twas stone cold, but at 1 hour past midnight, verily were my lips parched.
Objection!
That doesn't sound normal.
Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire, after all.
I would not want to drink cold tea. I mean, I guess it depends on what kind of drink, but like, normally I prefer my tea hot.
Thou wouldst recall our fiery debate. Amidst such argument, there'd be no time for fiery tea.
Romeo and Juliet again. And who was stronger? Mr. Shamspeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker?
But of course, my liege, 'twas the stupid lover of words did attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil.
Ugh, you all know what that means. Okay. It was the tea that passed my lips, nothing else. So you didn't have any kind of evening meal? Dinner? Supper?
A fee on luxury, fee on gluttony. To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time.
Sorry?
I would that my belly were full, no more oft than the sun doth rise.
I think he's the most animated character I've come across yet.
Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say. Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence is it that there doth not in my chamber be then the costumes of mine art.
That would appear to be the case, as even a rodent was found starved to death in your room. Oh, that's sad. I've also been trying to subvert that law that says I can't solicit. I've been researching to transfer ownership to a shell company in Switzerland. I've learned for the Icon rules that says you have to register the owner with accurate information. Am I allowed to be reading about this? Now I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single player script anywhere.
For I have devoured them all.
He's not eating them, is he? Like he doesn't have some weird thinking, right? Where if he physically consumes the plays that he will I don't know, that what he'll gain knowledge from them, that he'll understand them better. I have no idea. That or he's so poor he's eating paper. You've eaten them?
Every word be within my skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise?
Right. That wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think? Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea. Hey, we need to find out why this guy was outside the window. All he said was that Shamspeare was on his list, but list for what? He's not a paparazzi, is he? I don't think so. Well, it's technically legal. US laws only apply to people in US jurisdiction. They can't compel a company in the Swiss. And even unmasking the company owner in Swiss is very hard thanks to their privacy laws. Well, good luck in your ventures, your evil plans. It sounds like a lot of effort that I would not be willing to put in. The windows of that house have all been filled in. A historical artifact of the now-defunct Windows tax.
Yeah, you're right there. All bricked up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking in through that gap.
Yes, there were a few Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there? For some strange reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well. Depends how much you're asking for, no? I mean, I guess it depends on how much you get out of it.
I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. But them's my orders, so that's what I'll keep doing, as long as there's breath in my body.
What's with all the theatricals today? Out of interest, Mr. Meterman, if the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all?
No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time as far as I'm concerned.
And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. How can you be so sure of that? Police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room and hence didn't dispose of the poison's container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide.
Only the culprit could have removed the What was it? Could have removed the receptacle.
Ah, yes. Lucidly explained, Counsel. Thank you.
It really was. You can't argue with that logic. This is the last one we haven't pressed. No one else visited his room.
Hold it!
You say a short little round-backed Eastern fella. So you can't be sure it was the defendant then.
Objection!
How many other short, little, round-backed Nipponese with a mustache do you think there are in London? Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up at around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself.
When the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamspeare drink tea together?
Nah, sorry, I couldn't say.
Why not?
Because I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? But what I did see was that the silhouette of that little round-backed fella wearing a pretty dress. And the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match. I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it.
I suppose. That was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway. I thought they were having like some sort of like intellectual debate. I was not expecting them to have a physical fight.
Mr. Meter Man, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question? No question. Gasman's honor.
What's that thing they do with their thumb? Oh.
My lord.
Goodness me, yes, Mr. Foreman.
I've kept my mouth shut and listened up to now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me?
Yes.
Are we to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another? That you've reached a unanimous decision? Too right we have. Are you all with me?
Yes.
Wait, no, the defense is in the middle of a cross-examination.
Be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room.
Yes, the 3 missing hours, as you put it.
But in the end, what difference do they make? None, as far as I can see.
And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer.
Like I was saying before, if I don't take 5 bob home with me tonight, the missus will blow her top. What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite get what you said.
Upon research, I learned that one of the recommended privacy domain registers are in France, which is really strange. I don't think France has very strong privacy laws. I suppose you're still gonna go with your Switzerland plan.
Very well. Let the court be apprised of your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Well, time for a summation examination. All of you?
Well, it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous.
So, this time at least, it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. This calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished.
Get up, Mr. Naruhodo, please. The trial isn't over yet. What do you mean, Miss Susato? What about the information I found in this encyclopedia of British law I have? That obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations. Remember? A summation examination. Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course. But here in a British court of law, if we can reverse the decisions of a majority of the jurors, we can force the trial to continue. This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes, I just can't let that happen. I do find it weird that they didn't keep the armband because he still has that animation that plays where he like moves it up. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Why am I not surprised at my learned Nipponese friend's inability to admit defeat? You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth.
Certainly, no other defense counsel in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination.
Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered.
Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. The defense counsel's request is granted. The court will proceed with a summation examination as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law.
Thank you, my lord.
Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman?
Believe me, my lord, we all know about this young lad's tenacity. And we're ready for it.
There's a mod that fixes the animation still playing? Oh, it doesn't bother me. Like, I don't mind seeing it. I just find it strange that, like, they didn't think of something for that, you know? They didn't think about the continuity. Because if they're going to give us alternate outfits, they should have, like, thought about all the animations that play with it. Let's see. Is this, do they replace the animation with, like, something else? Oh, I think they just completely remove his arm. He just, like, moves up instead. Maybe I'll download it for, next time.
And we're ready for it.
Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused.
Oh dear, what is this? Last time I did business with a Swiss company was for a VPN service after I learned about a raid on the company's HQ with a search warrant. They went there demanding records to unmask the user. They told them about their system and how they accept payments, and they had no customer information. They have numbered accounts and accept payments for the VPN with Bitcoin. They have no logs. That's interesting, but yes. Nothing to do with what we're doing right now.
The victim may not be well off, but he's a nobleman and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man.
Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid.
Of course she likes him.
Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and he has a mustache. Very fishy.
There's no evidence to suggest the gambling actor is a fraudster, for now at least.
I really don't care, like. I just need this trial to end quickly. 3 hours. Oh, no, that's not the voice I wanted. 3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know. Nothing at all.
I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced.
It would seem that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shamspeare is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen.
If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements. Every time he's like shimmying from side to side, they're just like hypnotized.
And sadly, nothing Mr. Nutsme has said appears to have registered at all.
Well, here goes. Let's not forget. I pleaded with the jury on Sosuke-san's behalf before, and it worked. So you never know.
Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how a summation examination works, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh.
Well, you're still very new to British law after all.
That's true, I suppose. And Sosuke-san's fate is entirely in my hands now, too. There's always a chance I might have forgotten some crucial detail. Perhaps I should hear Susato-san out. I wonder, should I let her talk me through it again or not? Or not bother? Nope, I'm good. Thank you for the kind offer, Miss Susato, but I've been through plenty of these summation examinations already now. I think it's important that we don't delay the start any longer than necessary.
Of course, I understand, and I'm quite sure you're right. If you're confused by anything at any point, you can turn to me for advice whenever you like. I'll be here for you.
The key to this is really listening carefully to each juror's statement, finding two that are contradictory, and pitting the corresponding jurors against each other.
Without further ado, please, counsel, proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Alright, what is everybody's reasons? Let's press everybody. Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars?
I've no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example.
Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume is no liar.
Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was that Japanese man's tea. When you take the gas man's testimony into account, as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer.
Well, that's alarmingly logical.
But let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's values. If it turns out that the old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar after all, I'd gladly change my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen of the jury would do the same, isn't that right?
Well, yes, perhaps, though I don't see it happening. What's that? Elderly gent on the end here, you know, you'll have to speak up.
Look, I really don't care about all this nonsense. I just need this trial to be over.
How many gentlemen do we actually have on the jury then? So I'm not going to be able to change that one guy's mind because he just wants to be out of here. All right, sir. I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said. Gotta get some clothes like Ryunosuke's wearing. I wish. I mean, he's basically just, I would have to look, but he's basically just kind of wearing a suit, is he not? Oh, I meant to go back. I wanted to press around this. The styles is really cool. It is. Especially the little, like, gears on the shoulders. Are you saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid?
Perfectly splendid.
It's okay if none of you know where that reference comes from.
No, that's not what I said. The point is, the gentleman is the victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yes, he is rather splendid.
So you say, yet again.
Well, the man who stands accused behaves so suspiciously, it's exhausting to look at him. I'm afraid he's not splendid at all.
Splendid logic there, madam. Thank you so much. Alright, what about this guy? Everyone's argument is just that Shamspeare is so handsome, he looks so good, he cannot possibly be a liar, and then Natsume is so shady looking, he has to be a liar. No, not one of those things is a reason to find the man guilty.
Well, he is fishy. There's no point dancing around the fact. He's Japanese, he has a mustache, and he stoops.
Is that really something to be like suspicious about if you have a mustache? Is that why most of the people I meet don't? Oh, well, no. No, Mr. Foreman there has a mustache, I think.
You see, you arrive at the conclusion in just 3 steps. 3 steps, like a waltz, in fact.
Flora, best girl. I love Flora.
You know, the more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance.
You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though. And you're on the wrong foot. No, there's nothing but circumstantial evidence here. There's no actual proof of the defendant's guilt.
But the victim's version of events is backed up by what that big-chinned man next to him says, isn't it? 1, he saw the Japanese man there. 2, he saw no one else. And 3, he saw the Japanese man there. Oh! There's another 3 steps. Oh, this really does seem more and more like a waltz, doesn't it?
Right. And the prosecution will waltz its way to victory if I let you speak much more. Okay, there's this lady.
Hold it!
I was just wondering if that lady is somehow related to Olive. But I could be wrong. A fraudsman? What do you mean by that, madam?
It really is a most tiresome problem for the company, most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us without hard evidence. We can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued.
I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you?
I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, owner of the Altamont Gas Company. Good gracious, Altamont Gas, you say? Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential. As I'm sure our employee from the East End branch office would be the first to agree.
Absolutely, Lady Quinby. Gotta be used properly. Altamont Gas is the best in the world, of course.
I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. He bowed in deference to his employer's wife, did he? So would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Meterman was watching what Mr. Shamspeare was up to in his room?
I'm afraid that there is no end to the lengths the population of the East End will go in order to steal our gas. So I really have no choice when the company identifies somebody as a possible fraud but to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night. We're very thorough in our investigations.
So you mean Mr. Shamspeare is...
I wouldn't come out and say it in public. But you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief.
You have noticed the public gallery in here, haven't you? Oh. You have noticed the public gallery in here, have you?
The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. Faith, wouldst thou wound me with thy words, were I to let them penetrate the skin? But seraphs hear not insults, only choirs of angels' songs. We may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around until they find it.
Is she supposed to be like a queen bee? Is that why her umbrella's like black and yellow?
And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in an ultimate gas explosion.
So Mr. Shamspeare has been stealing gas. How do you steal gas, though? Because you're supposed to put money in, right? Oh, is it like that thing where like you tie a coin to a string, you put it in and you pull it out? And that way you don't actually use a coin. And the bee puns, yeah. I wonder, juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement.
My pleasure. Was it the bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed?
A little before that part, about abject violence, if it's not too much trouble.
Yes, of course.
This could be it. This could shift the balance. Or do you want to press everybody, do you want to press everyone else? He doesn't care. I mean, we'll press him anyway. You keep talking about needing to take home some money. What's that all about, sir?
Finish last. That's what it's about.
What's that?
I'm talking about the derby at Hyde Park, aren't I? It was the Queen's Cup last week, wasn't it?
Did he lose all the money on gambling? Derby?
It was a dead cert, that's the thing. I couldn't lose, so I took my wife's secret savings, like. But then that hopeless old mare went and did the unthinkable. Ah, that stupid finished last.
Oh dear. I think it's clear what happened, isn't it?
This is the day the missus uses her savings for a trip down the pub. So come on, let this business lie now. Just give it up.
No, that's not going to happen. Let's press him. What do you really mean by that, sir?
Well, I'm not one of those, but I get up at 5 every morning, I do.
At 5? You're a really early riser then, aren't you?
What's that now?
I said you're an early riser.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I like to while away the hours in the evening reading books as well. But by about 2 in the morning, I'm usually too tired to go on.
He sleeps at 2 in the morning and gets up at 5. Oh my, that means he only has 3 hours of sleep each night.
What's that, dear?
Only 3 hours of sleep each night.
That's right. You see, 3 hours of missing time. Like I said, it's not much, is it?
This really isn't helping. I can't believe there are some people in the world who can like live off of 3 hours of sleep. Like some people just do that and like I don't know how they do it. The key to summation examinations is identifying contradictions between jurors' statements, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, and once I found 2 jurors whose statements can't coexist, I need to pit those jurors against each other. Then hopefully, when they see that what they're saying doesn't make sense, they'll change their leaning. Yes, and if you're able to change the minds of the majority of the jurors, the trial will continue. But conversely, if you're unable to do that, the judge will declare the trial over and move to adjudication. And I can't let that happen. Somehow or other, I have to turn this trial around. So I gotta pit him against her. The victim's a liar. You know what? Give me a second, let me save. I haven't saved in a hot minute. Yes, this one I can save over. Okay, time to pit them against each other. Fight, fight.
Objection!
Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious, to whose statements do you refer, counsel?
Maybe I'm not supposed to pit them. Juror number 1.
What are you yelling about, lad?
I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas.
Well, yes.
The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact turns out to be a common thief.
So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much.
Also, heads up, we have ads in 5 minutes.
It's true, we don't have evidence as such just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know.
What?
You heard me, seeing as his operation has already been compromised.
I'm still trying to figure out her voice. Like, I have a thing in my head, but I can't make it yet.
I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there.
I'll do whatever you say, my lady. Gasman's honor.
Juror number 1, you say you're a man of your word. If I could show that Mr. Shamspeare was a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt.
Yes, I did say that.
Quelle de vie voice? I don't know what that is.
And as a man of honor, I'll hold to it, as I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will.
Oh, Cruella. But, oh man, what was her voice? It's been like ages since I watched 101 Dalmatians. Like ages, like so long ago. Like I think I watched that when I was a child. And I haven't seen it since. So I literally do not, like, you know what? Like that voice would fit. I just don't freaking remember what she sounds like.
Me? Oh, well, yes. Now that you found out that the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further.
Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying. So this means you'll recap a few points that would suit me down to the ground.
Oh no, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with.
In that case, I shall change my leaning.
So, Mr. William Shamspeare, if that is your real name.
If that even is your real name. There's no way William Shamspeare is his real name.
We of the jury demand to know exactly what kind of a man you really are.
Want me to link vid for you? Sure. That's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Victory!
Order! Order! Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leaning has changed. Now only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord, and order the trial to continue.
You have spoiled the bouquet, Mr. Shamspeare. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim.
But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. So God mend me, I do swear. This gasman speaketh that which concerns him most, not but gas, not but thin air. Aye, it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul.
Oi, what did you say?
Do I take it, Mr. Shamspeare, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery? Most hardly, my lord, hast thou forgot I am as a seraph, an angel. Noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily, honest of heart.
Oh, you flowery-mouthed, pompous beanpole, just 'cause I haven't got the evidence yet.
Mr. Shamspeare, if in fact you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom.
It is my considered opinion that at the present time no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case.
Okay, I'm gonna run the ads now. So 3 minutes of ads and then we will continue. I was hoping to he would finish talking, but I don't know when he's gonna finish talking, so yes, we're just gonna run the ads now. I'm gonna go listen to that Cruella video. I have a vague... I hit escape and I keep forgetting that's not a button. I hit escape. And yes, I meant to pull up the menu anyways. Yes, see you guys in 3 minutes. And then we will come back to this game. I don't think I need to use the bathroom. Did I miss anything in the history? Nothing that I haven't already read, so we'll just go back to the options. Let's see this video. Chrome is muted on my OBS. Okay, that's fine. I don't. Oh god, this movie feels so old. When did this movie come out? Hold on, how old? It's easily 20 years, right? It's probably way older than that, isn't it? 1961. Really? God damn. It's been what? All 60 years? 60 years since that movie came out? Holy shit. Has it really been that long? Oh my goodness. I kind of want to watch it again. They made a whole bunch of movies about it afterwards, right? Well, there's one in 1961 and then there's one in 1996, which was the one I watched. No, that one's live action. That is live action. Never mind. So 1961. Okay. Because I do, they did make a bunch of spin-off movies, did they not? I think there was a Christmas one or something. I don't know. I swear there was. But you know what? Did I ever watch the live action one? I don't think I did. Yeah, no, I never watched it. Yeah, no, I didn't. Yeah, so I've only seen the animated one. God, it has been that long, hasn't it? Anyways, Cruella voice, I don't know if I can do that. We have what, 30 seconds left of ads? Chain smoke for a few weeks and then you can pull it off. No, I don't want to smoke. It's yeah. I would not want to chain smoke for a few weeks just to be able to pull off a voice. But yeah. I really want to watch the movie again. Yeah. Because what was it? It's not that the dogs actually gave birth to 101 Dalmatians, because rest in peace, that is not physically possible. It's what? They ended up rescuing that many in the end of the movie. But yes, it's been so long. Maybe I should add that to list of movies to watch for the nostalgia. I swear there was a spin-off. Was there not? Because I thought there was a... Am I wrong? Maybe I am wrong. I don't know. I think I used to own the DVD. Probably still do, I just have no clue where it is now. Right. We were here, okay.
Oh no. However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
Objection!
I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas in this case are unrelated.
Juror number 4.
Yes.
Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man had been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him?
That's right, we do. Don't we, worker? Don't we, worker?
Absolutely, Lady Quinby. Gasman's honor.
Very well then, we will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare, has been stealing gas.
Yes, my lord. It'll be my pleasure. On the ultimate gas name, I swear.
If I may, my lord. Go ahead, madam. This worker's testimony may have significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind.
Woohoo! Oh yeah, sweet as honey. Yeah.
Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request. Thank you, my lord.
You wait till the boss gives you an earful. Oh, it's gonna sting, you mark my words.
So you will both testify before the court on the subject of the legal consumption of the ultimate gas company's fuel. Yes, is that clear, my good man?
Clear as ultimate gas, my lady. Which is the clearest in the world.
Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Miss Usato?
I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo.
I love... I guess this is supposed to be like the fluffy parts of a bee. I still really want to crochet a bee. They look so darn cute.
I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Ultimate gas meters accept thrumppenny bits, each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas.
And yet the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though in the collection agent has the only key.
Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. That's not thieving, what is?
Oh! Okay. So, you know how we found that bar of soap? And then how it had a little red coin thingy in it, but now it's gone? My suspicions is that it's some sort of, I don't know what substance it is, but it's some sort of substance that like melts, right? I think he made a mold of a coin using the soap. And so he fills that mold up, puts it on his window to chill, and every time he wants gas, he just pops it out and puts it into the machine. And then like the thing melts or whatever once it's like heated up and it's gone. That's my current theory.
Pray forgive the discourtesy. The relevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hallowed chalice.
What do you mean by that remark, Lord Van Seeks?
Did the mustachioed Nipponese poison the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court. And yet, now we must listen to this. Abhorrence. Clearly what separates the vast British Empire and your Eastern Island nation is more than geographical distance.
But this could turn out to be crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead.
Do what you will.
Lord Van Zeeks appears to be in a violent mood.
Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning and an incidence of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance, but I wonder. The truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. I swear to God, whatever he used to make that coin or whatever, that like fake coin, had like some poisonous substance and it burned into the air and he like inhaled it or some shit. I swear. The first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. Okay, we're gonna press him on everything.
Hold it!
So does that mean you enter people's houses in order to empty their gas meters?
That I do. Have to try to catch people when they're in, then I ask permission to come inside and do my business.
Does that mean you've been into Mr. Nutsmay's room before, as well as that of Mr. Shamspeare?
Well now, interesting you should bring that up, because I couldn't believe how little money was in his meter. I mean, how the pair of them survive the winters beyond me, it really is.
Knowing Mr. Nutsmay, he probably spends all his gas money on books.
And then when he's finished reading them, he probably burns them for warmth.
You will kindly reiterate your statement about the gas meters themselves, Mr. Meterman.
Not much to say, really, but as you wish.
Hold it!
So all London houses that have a gas supply are fitted with these gas meters, are they?
They're the latest model, the height of technology developed by our company, Altamont Gas. And anyone who uses our gas will have one of these meters in their property, yes.
So if a 3p coin gives 2 hours of gas, most people would use about 3 coins in a night.
A bit more than that, usually. They have both gas lights and a gas stove, that is.
Thinking about it, Sosuke-san doesn't have a fireplace in that room of his, does he?
Some people will still choose to have candles, of course, and only have gas for heating. Yes, I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Nutsmay's room, actually.
How does the money in the meter get back to you at the gas company?
Every 3 days, gasmen like me visit properties on the gas supply and empty the meters of coins.
I must say, the design and manufacture of the new meter cost the company an awful lot of money. But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying their dues for the most part.
Because they have to pay in advance, you mean?
Yes, exactly right.
Oh, I didn't mean to present, I meant to press.
Hold it!
Out of interest, how long has this been going on?
Weeks and weeks he's been pinching gas off of us for ages.
And you've examined the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room, I take it. Naturally, we took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb.
And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume.
No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock. The Shamspeare Special.
That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3p pieces.
But even after all that, the rascal's meter was still empty.
I'll never forget the humiliation. When I opened up the money box and found it bare. You what? I said. You what? And the look on his face, that smarmy smile of his. I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of it being jemmied open anywhere, not a single sign. And what's happening to my salary as a result? Down by 3 shillings a day, that's what.
A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter?
Nothing became of it. I've still got it.
Oh.
Right here.
No wonder they call you Meter Man.
I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing.
Woo! Time to examine this thing then. Definitely. Although at first glance, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it.
Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Though I would say it has as much value as the contents of that meter.
Oh! That is a sick burn, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, we are going to examine the meter. There has to be something they missed. That's a very sturdy looking padlock, isn't it?
And the money box is sealed with beeswax, too.
So if Mr. Sholmes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately.
Mr. Naruhodo, mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would.
You know you didn't finish that sentence, don't you?
Well, anyway, it's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs.
But it does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it? So the wax is so they notice if it's opened. I thought this meter would tell how much gas has been used. Oh! Oh! Yeah, here you go. There's a hole down here. So my theory is correct. I think he put something that melts into here, and then once it melts, it just drains out of this like hole at the bottom. Pretty sure. Okay, I have already solved this mystery a little bit. There was a puddle on the floor, was there not? It was water, wasn't there? There was like a puddle of water by this thing? So he must make it out of ice or something. But why is it red? What's that? Oh man, I accidentally hit a bunch of stuff. Can I do history? No. Just here, there's a little hole, do you see? You know what? Maybe if I'll just go through this dialogue again. It's okay. Oh, what's...
Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruhodo?
Just here, there's a little hole. Do you see?
Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed.
It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say.
So you think it might have been opened up by Mr. Shamspeare?
Possibly. It seems the people at Altamont Gas must have missed it.
Well, it certainly seems to go all the way through to the inside.
Yes, but there's no way a coin would fit through here.
That's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious.
Doesn't appear to be tampered with. I guess I can present it then, now that I found the hole. But I will keep pressing.
Hold it!
There's only one key for all of your meters.
Well and true, there's another key in the company vault at our main office. But even if someone had somehow managed to get hold of the key, we'd know if the coin box had been opened.
Oh? How?
I came up with a rather clever way to expose any little shenanigans as it happens.
Would you care to explain?
Well, now, in order to empty your meter, you have to unlock the padlock and remove the cover. But when I close the cover again, I stick a little beeswax seal on it, you see.
A seal? Like the sort of thing you'd put on an envelope, you mean?
Something like that, yes. Basically, you can't remove the cover again without breaking the seal.
Now, in the case of Mr. Shamspeare's meter, there was no coins inside at all, as I said.
But the seal hadn't been broken either.
So that would mean Mr. Shamspeare somehow managed to steal coins from inside the meter without opening it.
It would seem so, but that would be impossible.
Hold it!
How do you know that he's been using gas, though?
Well now, since I started investigating in this bloke, I've been to his room more than a few times. On every single occasion, his lamps have been blazing and his stove pounding. It's the middle of winter and he still turns to me, sweat dripping down his cheeks, and says,
Get thee to a nunnery.
Oh my god, he used that line. I love all the Shakespeare references. It's so great. I love it.
Get thee to a nunnery. Hamlet, indeed.
Ow, I could wring the bloke's neck. I get all hot under the collar, but still. Every time I open up the flaming meter, it's empty. He's robbing me of my salary, too. What's wrong with the world? Where's the justice?
But how can Mr. Shamspeare possibly be stealing the money? I don't understand.
The simple explanation is right before your eyes.
What?
A toast to you eventually realizing that the gas man could be an accomplice.
You what?
Good lord, eminently plausible indeed. Well, what do you have to say for yourself?
Oh, please, Lady Quinby, I'm a faithful worker. And besides, if the money us gasmen collect don't tally with how much gas has been used, you dock our pay by the same amount.
So you'd be stealing money only to have the same amount taken from your wages. Clearly that makes no sense.
Perhaps it's a case of losing the battle to win the war.
No, I'm not going to stir up that hornet's nest. If I went stealing from the company, I'd be finished.
It would seem there is no evidence to support the claims of thievery made against the victim, because Mr. William Shamspeare is innocent. Pray, forgive me if that shatters some illusion my learned Nipponese friend was clearly under.
I certainly didn't expect to uncover another crime that looks like it's been taking place in the very same room.
According to the testimony, it's only the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room that's under suspicion. It does seem as though perhaps it has nothing to do with the incident involving Mr. Natsumi.
I know, it does seem that way, but the fact is, since I've been practicing law in England, I feel like I've encountered this at least once already. Cases that are interlinked.
Oh.
It might seem that two cases have nothing to do with one another at first, but in fact, they're intimately connected.
Yes, we have experienced that before, haven't we? I wonder if this is another instance.
Perhaps, but we can't be sure of that yet. The Ultimate Gas Company has been investigating Mr. Shamspeare so earnestly. There must be something to it, but then how has he been managing to steal their gas? Okay, I have to present the thing. Hello, James. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Which statement is it? Doesn't appear to be tampered with. Okay, here we can present the meter because we found that hole at the bottom. Doing good? That's nice to hear. Okay, we are going to present, and hopefully it doesn't bite us in the butt.
Objection!
Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with.
What?
Get away! I've been over and over that thing. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it.
In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box?
Oh, what?
You're right. You're quite right. There is a little hole there. The meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do.
In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamspeare secretly opened up this hole himself.
Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised. But why?
Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You couldn't get a farthing through that.
Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design.
What sort of details?
Well, what I'd specifically like to know is how it differentiates coins. How does the meter tell the difference between different coins?
What do you mean?
Well, for example, if someone were to put in a 1 penny coin, that wouldn't work, presumably, would it?
No, of course not.
So, well, how does the meter know that the coin it's been fed is the threepenny bit?
Ah, I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A threepenny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see, but the coins just won't fit.
Ah, I see. It's clearly been very well thought out.
The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent. As you wish, my lord.
Okay, this is her new statement. We'll press her on it. But conversely then, it would seem that anything matching a 3-pence coin exactly in terms of diameter and thickness could equally well be used. Would that be true?
Well, yes, in a way. The weight comes into it a certain extent as well.
We've thought of that though anyway. If I find any fake coins inside the box when I empty the meter, the contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they diddled as a fine. We live for moments like that, us gasmen do. Live for them.
It would seem the gas company has thought of everything.
Wahoo! Hurrah for gas, hurrah for cash. Altamont all the way.
That's quite enough of that.
Remind me, how big are threepenny bits?
About the 3/4 of an inch across.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is this 2 centimeters measurement significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on? Yes, you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tack here. Like asking whether the meter can be dismantled, for example. I mean, we can, but it's not important. How can the meter be dismantled?
Dismantled?
Yes, given that there are no signs of having it been forced. I'm wondering if perhaps rather than being broken open, it might have been taken apart.
Well, yes, that does make sense. The padlocks are made by a first-class locksmith from the finest quality steel, and the meter box itself is made from plate steel as well, welded shut to ensure it can't be opened again. I can assure you it's quite impossible to dismantle it.
Wahoo! Yeah! Nothing leaks from an Altamont meter. No coins, no gas, no nothing.
I see.
The witness will amend her formal testimony with the information in case it is pertinent.
As you wish, my lord.
Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay, we have to go over that statement again and make her change it to the coin thing. Because that's what's important, is the diameter of the coin. We'll press on this again. I know I'm late, but I'm here. Hello, Cammy, welcome. No worries about being late. Okay, we're gonna have to change her testimony. Delve deeper. And then I think we can show the soap. I'm not quite sure. I don't know if it mentions what diameter the soap thing is. Also, I found out a funny thing. What funny thing? Alright, let me look at this soap. Oh? Look at this bar of soap. There's a circular depression on this side, about 2 centimeters across. Or 3/4 of an inch. Ah, do you think? We did find the soap at the scene, didn't we? Yes. Yes, there were 2 bars on that little ledge just outside the window, so we took one. But I'm sure that when we first found it, there was some sort of reddish medallion in the middle there. I remember it clearly. Yes, but there's no sign of it now. Where could it have gone? So I think we can present this now. Let me save though. You know how you name people Scuttlebutt? I mean, very close. I go with Shufflebutt, but yes. There's a Wit and Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. I'm not sure what that means. Wit? Oh, there's a Witness and Ace Attorney Dual Destinies that has that name? What were we doing? We were presenting the bar of soap.
Objection!
Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object as if it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Shamspeare's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly.
Something the same size as a threepenny bit. What was it?
The item in question is this.
What? Have you been inhaling gas? That's a bar of soap.
It certainly looks nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say.
Looks like I'm going to have to point out exactly what I mean here. What's so important about the soap is this part here.
Got it!
You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean.
Ah, are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there?
That's right, a depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit.
Get away!
Does anyone here present have in their possession a threepenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen.
It sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it?
Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I here have a threepenny bit. Now to see if it fits. My word, it couldn't be more snug.
Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Ultimate Gas Company is being defrauded.
Well, I don't believe it.
Oh, she even has like the little wings on her side. Oh. I don't get to appreciate these character designs enough.
So, your assertion amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas.
Yes. The depression in the soap was clearly made by a threepenny bit.
I must concur at least that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape.
And then you could use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. You could make you could make fake coins in no time.
Oh, he used wax. It's not water, or it was wax he used. And then the wax melts. And that's what that red puddle was. This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. It's the method Mr. Shamspeare has been used. Oh my god. It's the method Mr. Shamspeare has been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. And now if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet. Have you ever applied for a really high-paying job? No, I have not. I do not have the well, I suppose there are some high-paying jobs you could apply for that you don't need too many qualifications for. But yeah, no, I have not.
But this is all nonsense. If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter. Quite true, Lady Altamont. In the absence of some black magic that could make them disappear.
I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There is one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes.
Exactly. And the meter here gives it away.
What on earth?
There are remnants of the magical method used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room.
If that is your assertion, Counsel, the defense will identify these remnants for the court at once.
Where on the meter can the remnants of the methods used to make... it's this hole right here. It's gotta be.
Got it!
We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window.
Outside?
Yes, outside, where you yourself, Mr. Meterman, were loitering, in the freezing winter air. That's where we found this soap.
Ah, I get it.
That's right, and the answer, of course, is ice.
Did you say ice?
Mr. Shamspeare has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening, filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water's completely frozen solid the next morning.
Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter's coin box melts,
Turning back into water, and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing ultimate gas.
Just like that. So simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all this time. He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water.
That's right, madam.
I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless.
I'm fairly sure I didn't design it.
Evidence.
Sorry?
I want evidence. If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof.
She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Very well, Lady Altamont. If you'd like evidence, I'll provide it.
What?
Mr. Naruhodo, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support this theory? Thank you for the headpad, Scammy. I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. And I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with now could explain it. Planning to apply for the high-paying jobs that want the qualifications, so I'm studying for them. Really technical knowledge that anybody that ever needs it can Google. Never taken them because they're expensive, and I normally take in-house exams instead of industry exams. Well, I hope you pass, and then you get those high-paying jobs, and then you can have the kitchen of your dreams with all the woks and stoves that you would want. Okay, house and ceiling gas. There's like a photo, isn't there, with like a puddle? Crime scene photograph. There's a puddle of water right there. Pretty sure it's this.
Take that!
This is a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson. And it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamspeare.
What remnants?
Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shamspeare's room. Now, look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter.
What is that? Some kind of grubby stain.
Almost certainly, it's a water stain, resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter.
Ah,
If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage, and the occupant was heating his room in all his waking hours, we can imagine he could have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. Melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor.
this is awful.
And there's further evidence too. Ah, what was with the rock? Okay. 100,000 a year, still only 70,000 after taxes. Yeah, you think you're making quite a bit, and then the taxes come in. Mr. Shamspeare is slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. Strychnine? No, strychnine. I don't know. And right next to him is a bar of soap broken in half.
You're right. It would appear to me then, Counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he?
Strychnine? No, I will say strychnine all I want.
Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but certainly not.
He didn't beat around the bush there, did he? In truth, Mr. Shamspeare was found with a fork in his hand.
A meal of soap is sounding pretty likely.
Do you mean to say he was using that fork to...
Yes. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap.
Ah,
The bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well.
good gracious.
How many bottles of wine has this man wasted? He must be very rich. Lord Van Zeeks.
I was throwing my hand up in despair. I happened to catch my hallowed bottle on the way. Pray, forgive my maladroit mistake.
Hello, Nucoldo. Welcome. Thank you for the lurk.
What is the meaning of this, Counsel?
Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination?
Well, that Mr. William Shamspeare is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable. That's it. That's exactly it.
Very well. Let us assume the man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make?
Well,
We know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shamspeare is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate adjudication.
what? Order! Well, counsel, how does the defense respond? Mr. Naruhodo. What was the point of that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all, like Lord Van Zeeks is saying? We'll save and then we'll raise an objection. How do you study? I use flashcards. Do you use stimulant coffee? I normally just read the material and hope for the best. I normally just do like a bunch of like the practice questions if there are any. I prefer applying stuff to learn because flashcards don't really help me too much. Memorization doesn't help me. No, this isn't over. The defense will not rest.
What?
But Counsel, you've successfully explained everything. You've identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shamspeare to consume gas. What more is there to discuss?
Oh. Ah, hello. Thank you for the raid, crazy good dude. What were you playing? Oh, you were playing Elden Ring. Was that good? Did you have a good stream? How far did you get? We got our asses kicked as usual. It's not a Souls-like game if you're not struggling, is it? Last boss in the game, I think, almost done. Ooh, really? Congrats for almost finishing. So, fingers crossed, next Elden Ring stream you finish. Convince Marvel to play Elden Ring? I don't know. It's just... I don't know. It's a skill issue. I don't know if I can do it. Although, what's her name? Ronnie? Ronnie's pretty hot though, so I might do it for her. There's still Millennia after that. She hurt me. Oof. Yeah, no, I see some of the bosses in the game and it's scary. I don't know if I would have the patience. You can play as mage and stomp everything. That's true, you could do that. There's also like, yeah, there's different ways to play, isn't there? I know there's like summonings you can summon. I don't know. Well, am I able to play Elden Ring? No. Well, maybe if it goes on sale, or there's always other means to get the game. There's so many weapons. Yeah, I don't think I could do melee. Probably have to do something ranged, because I'm not good at dodging. I guess if I would have to say, I am quite good at brute forcing things. So like I could probably die 20 times and still try a boss. FromSoft unfortunately doesn't really do a sales. Okay, other means it is. That's all good. It's probably pretty easy to find other ways. I don't care about playing online, so. Or do I? Not at this time. But yes, there are always other means to get games. 5-figure discount? Pretty much, yeah. Oh, apparently it was on sale last month. Oops. I don't know how much it was on sale for, but oh well. But I mean, it looks like a fun game. But yes. We are, what case are we on? We're still on the second case of this game. Resolve, which is the second one in this series, technically. I don't know if you rated when I was playing this case, but yes, William Shamspeare? No, I don't think you did. So we have a William Shamspeare. Where is he? This is William Shamspeare, and no, he is not Shakespeare. There is an actual, like, Shakespeare exists in this world, but it's not this guy. His name is Shamspeare. His idol is Shakespeare, though. But currently, we're trying to prove that Natsume did not poison Shamspeare. This is also, by the way, a day after Natsume was proven to be not guilty for his other crime. Well, not crime because he didn't commit it, but this lady was stabbed and he was accused of stabbing her. But of course, we got him found not guilty, and literally the day after, he's being accused of poisoning this man. So currently we've just proven that this man is a fraud, I suppose. He is stealing gas, and by that I mean I don't know if people still use meters nowadays, but like basically, you know, when you like put money into something, like for example, gas meter, what it's supposed to be is you put a specific coin in, and then it'll give you gas for 2 hours. This man has been getting gas for free because he has been making fake coins out of ice. And then so then the ice melts and leaves no trace, and so he's been getting free gas, and we've just proven that. Did we read this line? I don't think so. Lord Van Zeek's just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what he would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all. So right now we still have to prove how he was poisoned. Because right now there's circumstantial evidence that the tea that Natsume brought has poison in it. I heard UK has a prepaid home gas system. Do they? I mean, here in Canada, where I am at least, it's like however much you use, they charge you for it. But yeah, right now, the only explanation that can be thought of is that the tea he brought has poison in it. Which I don't know how that makes sense because he also drank the tea, but whatever. My theory is that there's something in the gas. I don't know, something to do with the gas. Somehow he was poisoned with that. But we'll have to see.
What are you trying to say, my Japanese friend?
At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption, made due to a lack of evidence. But the situation has changed now, following the cross-examination of the latest witness to take the stand.
Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense?
Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. There's the question that we now need to reconsider, namely... Oh, shit. We know there was nobody else there. So it has to be this last one. Was the poison in the tea? We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume. But that's conjecture at best.
Objection!
Oh, and the reason nobody can prove that the poison was in the tea is because there was no tea left to test for poison. So it's just, yeah, circumstantial evidence, as I said. We can only assume that the poison was in the tea.
The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There is no other possibility. And since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of the poison.
Objection!
As I said, the situation has changed. Because in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene. Oh, what? I didn't mean to click on that. Wasn't it on the table? And a particular piece of evidence proves it.
Objection!
A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively.
Wait! Oh. Okay, here is my theory. Do you think he used the tea to make a coin? Because that's the only way there would have been tea left at the scene of the crime. Because I did remember seeing a puddle on the floor that looked like blood, but I didn't know if I was hallucinating because my memory is terrible, in simple terms. Because he did mention that the tea was bitter, so that would also mean that he most likely did not like the tea. So why drink tea that you don't like? Why not instead use it to make fake coins to keep yourself warm? Okay, what is this about gas in the UK? You have to take the key and refill it at a store. They're for people who have a history of not paying, yet the next tenant will inherit the system. Oh, Tea coiny? Yeah, most likely a tea coin. That's what I'm thinking. That's why it was red. Because at first I thought it was just wax, but then that doesn't make sense because we mentioned it was water he used, so it must have been tea. I was gonna suggest alcohol, but I don't think he would waste alcohol like that.
The defense has made a bold claim indeed. Very well, counsel. Present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea?
Well, the thing is, the tea ring is, it looks like it's red, right? Oh, okay, it has to have been tea. Okay, he made a coin out of tea. Do I present the bar of soap again? Because the photograph doesn't show a red puddle. I think it might have to be the bar of soap? No, it doesn't. It only mentions a depression. Ripped piece of an envelope. Wait, no, I think I have to show the teacups because if Mr. Shamspeare says that, because the reason that there's no, never mind. There's no ring inside Mr. Natsume's cup. What do I show? I'm pretty sure it's... What do I show? Bar of soap. Okay, I'm supposed to present the bar of soap. We will present that.
Take that!
Good gracious! The soap, again! The same bar the victim used to fashion his coins of ice.
Yes, that's right, my lord. It's just come back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday. There must have been multiple coins then. It's more bars of soap. Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? I'm quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar.
So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating.
In a way, yes. But there's more. The coins were found in the soap at the time. Oh, the coins we found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice.
There was something strange about them, you say?
Exactly. Something very obviously strange. They were red.
The ice was red. No, you mean...
That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea.
What?
I would remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in this trial.
That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never. Ah, yes, I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing.
So on the night in question, Mr. Shamspeare, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins.
My word!
There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed one of them. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime. Frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shamspeare's window.
Extraordinary!
Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that if even 1 drop of the tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been mere conjecture. By finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contained strychnine at all. Also, we have ads in 5 minutes. Ugh.
You smug Nipponese.
My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once. And the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it, to determine whether or not it contains any poison.
Bailiff! Bailiff! Instruct the police to attend to the scene at once.
Yes, my lord. Understood.
It would seem we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord Vancees.
None, my lord.
Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite tests immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. The prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim.
Yes, my lord. Well, we managed to scrape through there somehow.
Thank you, counsellors. Court is adjourned until tomorrow.
To be continued. Okay, well, I'm assuming, you know what? I think this is the first court case we've ever had where there's been an intermission. Well, not intermission, but basically where we've gotten to like investigate again. Which is, you know what, very strange now that I think about it. But that also means that I'm expecting this case to be quite long. Everything's been moved out? Or maybe they just haven't moved in yet. I don't know. This flashback has like warped my sense of time a little bit. Moo is my study music. I hope I'm not distracting you. Hope this works. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully I make decent background noise. Phew, we made it back in one piece. Just... to be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. There are so many carriages on the streets of London. You were nearly flattened several times. Oh, God. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you. And now that your fervent exploits have wanted some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can't find some new clues for court tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. Is everything all right? I suppose. I still can't quite believe it, that's all. That I'm here in England, working as a lawyer, I mean. In the Old Bailey, no less. Truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. It should be Kazuma. It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him. Yes, I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it weren't for him. And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. I have no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if he were here with us. Thank you, Susada-san. Thank you. Okay, time to run those 3-minute ads. I will see you guys in 3 minutes. Feel free to take a break, go get something to eat or drink. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I will see you in a bit. And there was something else I was going to do, but I forgot about it already. Oh dear. I'm going to run. Okay, I'm off to pee. Oh no. There we go, there's my bag. I return with a popsicle because I can. Well, we still got a minute left of ads, that's fine. I really do miss the... You know what, both the ube and banana flavors. There's a brand of... Are these technically popsicles? I don't know, but there's a brand of popsicles called Melona, and I love this brand. The text... I did it again. The taste and texture. Do you ever do that? Sometimes, like, I'm thinking... Thank you for the subscription, Metal.
Marble 69 heart, Marble 69 heart.
But do you guys ever do that where you're thinking too fast? And so the word you're about to say and the one word you're thinking ahead get jumbled up. And so you make like a weird fusion word. Is that just me? I don't know. I do that too often. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Metal. I do that often. Yes, you throw money at me very often, and like, I don't know why, but thank you. I think you've basically become the Oprah of gift subs on my channel, basically. But yes. Oh, welcome back from the ads. And I've only just started my popsicle. To fund my snack addiction. I would need so much more to... You know what? I say I would need a lot of money to fund my snack addiction. But in fact, it really isn't that much. Because I have like stuff I bought from like weeks ago that I thought I would like eat quickly, but no, not really. I guess it also helps when you're not sad all the time. I would, but that's because I'm a hungry motherfucker. Snacks are just yummy, and you know, food is easy dopamine. This week I've seen VTuber get a lot of snacks from Throne. Ah, yes. I'm just lazy to add stuff because like... Yeah, lots of Amazon links. Because I don't think Throne itself has any like food really you can like list. Other than like other websites. I don't think I said that right. But like basically I would just have to like search around a lot on Amazon and then like copy those links, paste them onto Throne. It's just too much effort, too much work. It's whatever. We said they were too old to go trick-or-treating. That's when you go for the discount candy after Halloween. Which I still haven't done, which the sales are probably... I'm pretty sure the sales are already over. Like, I see all the Christmas stuff out now. I think all the all the Halloween candy has been bought out. Because the only thing I haven't looked at the supermarket. Maybe the supermarket still has some Halloween candy, but I was at one of the smaller stores, and all they had left for Halloween was like Halloween gingerbread houses. Other than that, all the Halloween candy was like gone. There was only like Christmas stuff. I did that, got so much. It's always the only reason I like holidays is because all the stuff afterwards goes on sale. Like Halloween, Christmas, and Valentine's Day, I would say, are like the big 3 holidays where like candy and chocolate go on sale after. Although Valentine's candy, because when you think of Valentine's, you think of those candy hearts, right? And like, let's be honest, those things don't taste good. They taste like chalk. But chocolate's good though. Have you guys ever made chocolate? I'm going on, I think my brain is bouncing around a little bit too much. I don't know why. But I want to try making like chocolate. And by that, I basically mean melting chocolate and like putting it into molds and stuff. What is that? Hezbollah can always get away with trick-or-treating whenever he wants. Whomst is that? But yeah, you know what? I don't think I could like mentally... I'm like mentally prepared to go trick-or-treating. Because theoretically, you're never too old, right? To go trick-or-treating. Society just judges you depending on how old you are. Because you could be like 60 and still technically trick-or-treat, right? People would just look at you funny, that's all. And like, do you really think people are gonna say no when you like go up to their house, knock on their door and trick-or-treat? Like, are they like, I don't know. I feel like people wouldn't be like, you know, like, what, do you just say no to like not giving somebody candy? I did a lot of research on cheap candy for the school fundraising. And cheap candy never usually tastes very good. What were those? There was makes me think of these lollipops. They're like, what was the brand? They were like Tiger lollipops? Is that what they were? I mean, they tasted fine. They weren't great. But like, when I think of cheap lollipops, that's what I think of. We got Smarties and Dum Dums. I love Dum Dums. Oh my god, they are called Tiger Pops. Yeah, those things. Staple Halloween candy. Kids will literally eat sugar cubes. That's true. Sorry, I was thinking about like holding out sugar cubes in your hand and then the children just coming over to graze. Chocolate was very expensive. Chocolate normally is, depending on what it is. I mean, it's not too bad if you go to like Costco or something and buy them in bulk. Horses? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Round up the children in the pasture and feed them sugar cubes. Even the Hershey chocolate was very expensive. I mean, if you don't care about complexity, you can get like, what? There's like no-name brands, right? Which is like to a kid, I don't think it would make a difference if you got like a no-name brand chocolate. The hamburger and hot dog gummies were a big hit. As a kid, those things were always very cool. I wonder if you've seen those at Costco. I haven't. I didn't know they were selling that. I think a thing I did was like I would I would disassemble the hamburger and hot dog gummies, right, into their individual layers, and then I would eat the individual layers. I know there were specifically for Halloween they would have like different like I know what was it? Brains were like a popular shape to make gummies out of. But yeah, those hamburger gummies, I don't think they tasted good necessarily. I think it was just the fact that they were shaped like a hamburger. Like that's what did it for most kids, I think. I've never seen the brain gummies. Really? Those, like, I remember seeing those. Like, I'm not sure about where they're sold, but like, that was a thing, brain gummies. I can't remember if there are any other body parts that were turned into gummies, but I do specifically remember the brain. I think what I was most excited about though was whenever I got chips. Whenever someone had like a little those little packs of chips, hell yeah, give me those. Okay. So clearly this takes place before we move in, I think, because nothing has been set up. I don't think we can even look at anything in here. Okay, well there's the shovel. Or spade. I'm pretty sure it's a shovel. A spade is much smaller. We're aiming for 25,000 of fundraising to buy MacBooks for everybody in the club. Did you make it? I've never used... No, that's a lie. I have used a MacBook. I didn't use it for much, but I don't know, I personally didn't like it. These tanks are for keeping sea creatures. They're called aquariums, and they were all the rage in London at one time, apparently. Yes, the English are so clever coming up with the idea of having ocean life on display in the home. And it means you always have an emergency midnight feast on hand, too. I'm not sure that's really the idea. I can't imagine that any fish you keep in an aquarium would be good for eating. Especially if you feed them like the store-bought pellets. Can I send a meme link? Sure, hold on, give me a second. Or if you're in the Discord, you could post it there as well. But otherwise, just give me a second. Oh. Where is it? There you go, you should be able to put links. I had to add you to a list. Okay, I don't think there's anything worth looking at in this room because it's the same dialogue. Oh geez, that's a long Google search. Give me a second to go pull that up. What is this? This is a kid, baby human. This is a kid, baby goat. They both scream for no reason. There's no difference between them. There really isn't. Children and baby goats just are both scream machines. Okay, well, we can ask her about today's trial. Oh, well, I'm glad you were able to get second place for your fundraising. Alrighty. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand. I know. Not only that, but then finding out that he is actually a barefaced gas thief as well. Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Sosuke-san poisoning the tea. Careful of your phrasing, Susato-san. He didn't poison anything. And there's more to this Mr. Shamspeare than we yet know. I'm sure of it. I really hope that's not his real name and we find out his real name. Because that would be even better. Mr. Shamspeare certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. What's become of him, actually? I was told that he'd be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment. Oh, which one is that? Let me see. Ah, yes, he's at St. Bartholomew's, or Bart's as Londoners call it. We know that place, don't we? Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken. Ah, yes, after Sosuke-san stabbed her in the back. Do be careful of your phrasing, Naruhodo-san. He didn't stab anyone. Perhaps we both owe Sosuke-san an apology. St. Bartholomew's. Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later. Alright, what's next? So, we know that Sosuke-san took tea to the victim on the night in question. But as he isn't the culprit, then obviously... Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea. But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamspeare's body? I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shamspeare's room that will help solve the mystery. Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already. But it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think. Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left in the bar of soap. Well, if we run into Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that. Kazuma Asogi, the best friend I ever had, and a lawyer with such promise. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. They always play this music and I get so nostalgic. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. And then after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with. Like, every time I hear, like, the first note of that instrument, I just start feeling sad. As a stowaway?
Yes, you can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough, I'm sure. No one will know.
Kazuma, won't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so that I can accompany you to Great Britain? Because he loves you. That's just me shipping, but that's okay.
Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial. That you really ought to get into law, be a defense lawyer. You've got a natural talent for it, believe me, I guarantee it.
But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer.
Well, I can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world, the city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes.
No, that's true.
I suppose, though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day...
One day what?
Oh, no. Never mind.
No, I was like, maybe he wants to become a prosecutor. But I don't think that's him. Naruhodo-san? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about Kazuma. Yes, he's forever in my thoughts, too. To change to the Japanese judicial system for the better.
That was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course.
Yes, that's right. But
Yes?
I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know. The thought just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all.
Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions?
I mean this. I keep forgetting that, like, he has a model. This is so weird seeing this.
His katana.
I never expected to inherit this sword after Kazuma passed away, of course.
No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it.
When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage.
Yes.
Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Kuruma?
That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. The Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Kuruma guides me. I truly believe that.
So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling.
On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain.
Something you have to do?
Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me.
Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
What did he mean by something very important that I have to do?
I had hoped that the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet I've not found a single clue.
I see.
The bean juice is calling. Go get you your bean juice. I also have a dream of going to Oxford to study. Oxford would be my Harvard. I have the opportunity, but not the cash. Plus, I would feel weird and old at Oxford at this age. Well, who knows? Maybe if you manage to get anything for that domain, you'll have the cash for Oxford. Also going to make a fire? Okay. I'm feeling a little cold myself. I don't have my gloves on me. They're too far away and I'm too lazy to get up. I will just turn on the heating pad. And maybe that will keep me a little bit warm. Alright, so we've talked to Susato. It's warmish for me. Yeah, right now outside is like, what is it? Outside it is like 6 degrees Celsius. And obviously inside's warmer than that, but yeah, it's fairly cold. I'm in a t-shirt and sweatpants. Could not be me. I've got like a jacket and I'm like, I guess that's why my fingers are freezing because they're not covered up. Okay, we can go to the Shams's suite. Is Iris here? Is Mr. Shams? I haven't turned on the heater yet for this year. Well, that's good. Saving money.
Oh, Bruno and Susie! Hooray! You're back! Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see. I am, and you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie. Oh, you flatter me. Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I've just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups.
Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell? Of course it pans to Shams.
Ah, the Wanderers return at last. Where on earth have the pair of you been?
We've been in court?
Oh, for Mr. Moustache's case. That was today, was it?
I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm sure you think you did. Well, we can laugh about it now. So, tell me, how did the trial go?
Reasonably well so far. We've managed to escape without a guilty verdict, at least.
Really? I would have liked to see it. I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long.
Is Lord Van Zeek's an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes?
Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo.
Not quite what I asked, but still. Mr. Sholmes, whatever is that odor? Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful.
Ah, indeed, that's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science.
Oh dear. All right, I'll bite. What's he up to now?
Lord Beric von Van Zeeks. Yes, it's an interesting sobriquet. Oh, sobriquet? I don't know, I cannot. Sobriquet he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts. Sooner or later, the hapless soul will vanish from the capital.
But vanish how exactly?
By falling under a passing carriage or drowning in the Thames. Or succumbing to a sudden fever, or quite out of the blue being set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow.
It all seems a little far-fetched, really.
Well, on the bright side, Mr. Moustache is fighting fit for the time being, at least.
That's not overly reassuring.
If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Zeek's own hands.
As it happens, Miss Usato, that is quite impossible.
Oh? Why?
Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast iron alibi.
Really?
And so, his reign continued, but 5 years ago.
Hey Marble. Hi Gold, how are you doing? It's nice to see you.
He vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I was thrust into that trial at the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection. It really did end bitterly indeed.
And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again.
Poor Bruno, I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky. Or incredibly unlikable.
I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people. Okay, first of all, what is that smell? I have to know. So, what is that indescribably foul smell?
Ah, well, most probably this, I would say.
What is that?
My dear fellow, it is of course my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea.
Oh my.
There are some scrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high quality tea but it is in fact merely dried leaves of drab flavor.
Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior.
So, when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris.
The ready, Hurley.
Let us add a drop of my chemical to this tea, or cup of tea here. Do you see what happens?
It turned completely black. And what a foul odor it's giving off.
Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes, the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. It would appear that this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling.
That's very ingenious. But what do you do with that black liquid now?
Why, dispose of it naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you?
There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes.
Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam. Right. The point is, we are entering a new era of science, in the world of criminal investigation also.
Yes, forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times.
I regularly engage in the scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Sherlock Holmes' method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based. This little tea indicant was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research.
Forensic science? I suppose I should find out more about that. With Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese, as well as Miss Susato myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Zeek seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese.
Indeed, it is an interesting observation.
Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Sholmes?
It was about 10 years ago that Baron Van Zeek chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan.
No. What the? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. What happened?
I believe I've made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair.
Oh, but...
The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Moustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe.
Okay, forensic science. So your T-test, is that an example of forensic science?
Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of high or inferior quality.
Not a huge number of cases, then.
Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints. Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels there.
I hadn't even heard of them until recently.
Which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course.
Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes?
There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. No, what I'm researching is skin prints.
Skin prints?
A nomenclature of my own design, as is this chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation.
Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes. As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black.
I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed.
Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues.
That's the spirit, Runo. See you later.
Yes, until later.
I forget how much they're alike until they do stuff like this. No, Mr. Sholmes. We were thinking you'd come with us.
Whoa.
Yes, of course. You said so just a moment ago. You said we'd witness your forensic talents in action.
Ah, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. But you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later, in all likelihood. Probably. Maybe. Well, I might.
Your commitment astounds me.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival. Bye-bye, Runo. Bye, Susie.
I was hoping we'd get to talk to Iris, but I guess not. Because if I look around, yeah. Oh no, she's typing. Okay, nothing new though. Supposedly, there's like new. Oh, Sholmes is over here. Sorry, I had to control myself for a second. Mr. Sholmes seems to be making funny faces at something on his desk. I thought he said he was going to come with us to Mr. Shamspeare's room.
No doubt he's preparing something, Mr. Naruhodo. Something amazing. And he's doing it whilst asleep. Is there no limit to the man's talents?
Oh my god, Susato. She's inhaling the copium there. This enormous machine takes up the entire desk, doesn't it? It's really very imposing.
Huh. Lily's great analytiscope. Yes. It can analyze anything at all, you know.
But I've never seen anyone actually using it.
Well, it's his invention, so I don't know how to operate it.
Why don't you get it to analyze its own operation then?
Oh, Bruno, you're razor sharp today, aren't you?
There's all sorts on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment.
It looks as though it might topple, and yet it doesn't. The epitome of Mr. Sholmes' brilliance.
I don't get it. As it happens, I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking shelves myself. Just the other day, the shelf in my office finally gave way under the strain, though.
It looks as though it might topple, and it does. Yes, the epitome of your disarray.
I really don't get it. This is Mr. Sholmes' famous violin. The one he found being sold for a song at a pawnbrokery. What's it called again? A shot of something.
Oh yes, this wonderful instrument features in The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. It's a world-famous Stradivarius.
What?
Stradivarius, Mr. Naruhodo.
Stregivor.
Are you even trying now?
We'll come back to this another time, I think. It's curious how this enormous metal chest is being used as a coffee table. And even more curious to think that Iris's father's notes about Mr. Sholmes' cases are inside it.
You mustn't look in there, Runo. Those notes are a secret between Daddy and me.
And Mr. Sholmes isn't somehow in on the secret.
Oh, he tends to forget, you see. As soon as he solved the case, in fact. Once when he read one of my manuscripts, we had a terrible argument about it. Never have I solved such a case, he said. He was absolutely adamant. Sometimes I wonder if he's from another planet, don't you?
That isn't me, though. I'll do something and then I'll forget. Oh, the game is frozen on me. There we go. It like freezes on that fireplace. It's so strange. I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Although, I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu. Putting your legs under a warm, blanketed table is so comforting. I've always wanted to try them, because they sound so interesting. Do be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't mistakenly put your feet into the fire, will you? You'd suffer terrible burns, you know. I worry sometimes about how Susato-san sees me. Sounds like something he'd do, though, wouldn't it? Look at all these mementos of Mr. Sholmes' past cases. You know, Miss Susato's eyes still sparkle every time she lays eyes on them.
But yours don't, do they, Runo?
Well, I have read The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes now, by order of Miss Susato. But the trouble is, having seen the real thing in action, somehow the stories don't quite ring true for me.
Well, he does solve the cases, in the end.
I suppose so. Perhaps there's more to the great detective than meets the eye. It astounds me how every time there's new dialogue still. Ah yes, this is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? So, what's on the blackboard today? Buck up, Bruno. What is this?
Oh, I'm just playing around with ideas for the title of next month's installment. Another idea I had was the Bell Coronet. I'm really torn about which one to use. What do you think, Bruno?
Anything but buck up Bruno, obviously.
I suppose you're right. I tell you what, I'll surprise you with it. You'll have to wait until next month and see.
Ugh, so many sleepless nights. That's a charming little white shelf and full of charming little bottles, too.
Oh yes, but don't touch any of those. And they might explode.
Ah, a charming shelf full of charming bottles, full of charring ingredients.
You know, Hurley mistakenly drank from one of them the other day.
What? And how?
I think he was lucky, though. He hasn't exploded yet. Chemistry can be a very hazardous occupation.
It's living with Mr. Sholmes that's the hazardous occupation, if you ask me. First he's drinking alkaloids, now possible, chemicals that would make him explode. This is great. It always strikes me how pretty and neatly arranged this tea set is.
It's my favorite one. In fact, I think it's high time for afternoon tea. Wait there, I'll fetch the special blend I prepared for today.
Oh, Iris, you do love your tea, don't you? She looks so happy at the prospect.
And after you've drunk it, yeah, I'll collect some experimental data, that's all right.
Just what is she about to make me drink? Love, Iris. Okay, I've already talked to her. So now it is time to go. We're gonna go to the hospital. I want to leave Shamspeare's room for last. Is she still here? Look, it's the little rat. I forgot what we named him. What do you suppose is happening? It sounds like some sort of disturbance. Yes, I hear angry voices.
Be not angry, O ample lady. Verily, thou art mistaken. Mistaken my foot? You were looking at my painting. The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. 'Twas foul indeed, the poison that moustached villain gaveth me. Forgive me, lady.
Did he just say that his eyes did not hear and his ears did not see? Hold on. The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. Okay, yeah, he did. He fumbled.
I wish that you died from that poison. God a mercy, ample lady, be thou seized, I have vigor still. Behold my Shamspearean dance.
So cringe. This would be a Fortnite dance, though, I can tell you that. I can guarantee you this would be a Fortnite dance.
This looks rather ominous, doesn't it? Ah, lo, 'tis the lawyer from the land whence riseth the sun. How now?
God. What are you doing here, Mr. Shamspeare?
Mary, I do believe I am returneth into another war. He was looking. That's what he was doing, looking at my terrible work. Eastern fellow, so darkly clad. Faith, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee.
Oh, well, thank you.
But that doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it?
He broke character! Did you see that? He just straightened his rod.
No, exeunt.
Exit stage right. Oh, he literally left. Mr. Shamspeare might technically be the victim in this case, but there's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm such an awful person.
Miss Green, is everything all right?
Yes. Oh, I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now.
Oh, I see. She's so cute. I want to squeeze her. We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green.
Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it.
She's so small and cute. I can't. A scream. So I don't think anything new has happened in this room. If we look, still the same. We can't. I wonder what her painting is. I'm very curious. I'm assuming it becomes important at some point. I think the only thing we can do is talk to her. So are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green? Also, she has a key and I don't know what it's for.
I am, thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me.
Well, yes. It really was an ordeal, wasn't it?
As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along in the snow one evening, minding my own business. And then, completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already.
What a terrible week it's been for you.
Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I look back on this fondly.
Really?
Anyway, I must be getting my things ready together now so I'm ready to be discharged.
Oh yes, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy. I was hoping to talk to her more. I thought maybe, no, it couldn't have been Shamspeare. Yeah, we still don't know who resides in this bed. Are we able to see Mr. Shamspeare's hospital bed? Nope, okay. Okay, we can go to the garrison room or the prison. Okay, well, we'll just go to Shamspeare's room because there's nothing else for us to do, I don't think. Oh, hello again, Inspector Gregson. What are you doing here? Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually. The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware. Yeah, I know the score. Oh, yes, one other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it, with the tea in it? Yeah, we found it all right. There was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. I knew it.
It's with the identification section of the yard now. They're looking into it. The results should be available later today.
That's wonderful news. Thank you.
Pretty impressive performance in court this morning.
Sorry?
Nothing. Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here.
There he is. Oh my god. I love this man so much. Okay, what can we even look at? Oh, there's like, I don't know if it's my game or if it's just like a bug, but like sometimes when you like mouse over something, like it gets stuck and you can't move it. Ah, the ill-fated teacups from which the two men drank on the ill-fated night.
During their heated literary debate, yes.
Who's stronger, Romeo or Juliet? Sounds like it was quite a discussion.
Now I think of it, I'm sure that the two lovers in the play ended their lives with poison.
Well, not completely true. That's fiction, Miss Susato. Let's hope it stays that way.
And so it turns out that Mr. Shamspeare wasn't eating the soap at all.
That's right. The mystery of why he had it on a plate whilst holding a fork in his hand is solved.
Yes, to prize his latest ice coin out of its mold. And in the process, he accidentally broke the bar of soap in two.
It certainly was hard to imagine, let alone deduce. Oh, okay. Seems like moving it with the WASD works. The sun never shines in this room thanks to that depressing bricked-up window.
Yet with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap outside, can't you?
That sounds like a very wise life lesson, Miss Susato.
Only if you plan to follow a life of crime, Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm not gonna ask him until later. If you ran out of change, you wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winters can be very harsh.
That's true, but if you think about it, even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change.
London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful too, then. Frankly, I'm starting to wonder if Susato-san and I are going to make it to spring.
That's true, you don't even have a meter at Baker Street, let alone a gas stove.
But they do. Oh, no, I mean, they don't have a gas stove. They have like a normal stove, though. Look how dark the stain on the floor is underneath the meter there.
Yes, from all the water dripping out after the ice coins melted, as you established in court this morning.
It's a very large and obvious stain, isn't it?
Mr. Shamspeare must have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose.
It was an ingenious idea, I'll give him that. Yeah, he couldn't have put like a bucket or something underneath to catch all the water. Okay, what about stuff over here? Nothing's changed. Oh, we'll talk to Gregson.
Are you looking for new clues, Inspector?
On Lord Van Zig's orders, yeah. Don't come back till you've got something for me, he says.
Oh dear, poor you.
Yeah, poor me, because we've already searched every bleeding nook and cranny in this place. I don't know what he expects, to be honest. Thank goodness for warm chips is all I can say.
Well, at least he's honest. Okay, well, time to address the elephant or Sholmes in the room. Mr. Sholmes, what are you up to over there?
What a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? Oi, what are you doing here, Sholmes? What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, what's a great detective? One is always under scrutiny, it seems.
Is now the time, Mr. Sholmes? Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised?
With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madam.
Also, heads up, we got ads in 5 minutes. What's all this?
All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Neverhodo. Sherlock Sholmes' sensational skin print seeker gun. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim.
A sample? From Mr. Shamspeare's cup?
Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on.
Oh shit!
There, now spray the chemical indicator about and all will be revealed.
Spray? How do I do that exactly?
A little press of space on the area you're interested in is all that's required. Like this.
What is that stuff? It's like a fog.
A suspension of the chemical indicator in the pressurized gas. It's the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I had discovered incidentally whilst I was developing this idea. As you do. Go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. You may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question.
Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore.
Thank you for the smooch.
Good night. Okay, good night, Metal. I hope you sleep well. Damn, I'm just spraying my stuff all over this crime scene, huh? Yeah, look at all those stains. Oh, that sounds so bad out of context. Okay, maybe he touched some stuff over here. Okay, but now, well, we got it. Do you study in marathon or burst? Probably marathon. I think I've gotten everything. Okay, well, he touched the meter. Oh, shit! Look, there are dozens of handprints here.
So there are, great many indeed. So many so that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact.
Ooh, it sure sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture. I think there's something behind it.
Unlikely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene, after all.
Without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel. Oh, very true, Mr. Sato. It's a bit of a mystery, then. I think that's it. I think I'm good. Oh, okay, well, there's that. I think I've sprayed like every corner of this room. Can I... Am I missing something then? Because it's not stopping me. Okay, well, there's that again. We've been through that. Can I, like, exit out of this? No. Like, all I can do is spray, so I'm missing something. What am I missing? Just turn on visual? Oh. Yeah, I don't know how to get out of this. I can only assume it's because I'm missing something. This brings back memories, Luminal? Yeah. It's been a while since I watched any shows with crime scene investigation. What am I missing? Oh, the floor! There we go. Oh, look at all this here.
Ah, yes, interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints.
Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Oh, perhaps he had a bad fall just here. There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over, though, is there?
I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over.
Okay, Shams has ADHD.
I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes.
Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor.
Yes, there's no obvious explanation.
Okay, I'm gonna go run the ads now. Gonna turn on the options so I don't accidentally skip anything. But yes, another 3 minutes, and I think that's most likely gonna be the last ad run because we'll probably finish the investigation and then go to court, and then I probably will end it there because yeah, I got class in the morning and there's a quiz that I didn't really study for, so good luck to me. Okay, I'll see you guys in 3 minutes.
Good on you is a heavy on you.
Oh my god. This was a class for me, forensic class. I still remember the final exam question: swipe, smear, and wipe. I considered taking a forensics class, I think. I don't know if I still have the schedule for it. I don't know if I can still take electives. I need to double check. I haven't double checked, but I don't think I have any room for electives. I could be wrong. But yeah, I do remember forensics was like a thing I wanted to take because I was interested in it. I think I qualify for taking the class. I don't remember. I think it's one of those classes where you need a certain amount of credits. I don't think there's any other prerequisite, really. It was the upper division class? Yeah, it is. It's for me as well. But I think I can take it now if I want to. It's just that I feel like that class would probably fill up very quickly. Okay, let's see. Yeah, there's 2 more parts to the trial. I think we'll definitely reach the trial by tonight. And then we'll probably finish before. Apparently there's an achievement I can get. Okay, yeah. We might not even get to the trial actually. Like I'm not fully reading the walkthrough, but I'm just skimming over. But it seems like all the places we have to visit, I don't know if we'll make it before actually I want to finish. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. The DNA special class had a big bio and chem prerequisite. Oh, I would not have fulfilled that prerequisite. But yeah, I think there's one course which you just need like a certain amount of credits for. Because what was it? It was either I wanted to take that, but I decided to take some other course instead. What was it? I don't remember. Was it criminology? I think it might have been criminology I took instead of like forensics. I'm fully capable to investigate who stole my lunch. Reminds me of that what is it, that one meme you see floating around about someone who like stole someone's what was it, turkeys, some sort of sandwich from work, and then it's just like this long story of like notes pasted onto the fridge. But yes, I'll keep in mind to never steal your lunch because you're fully capable of finding out that I did it, unless I leave no trace behind. All right, ads are done. Welcome back. Skin, I don't know why, but skin prints just sounds so weird. I wanted to study to be a horticulturist, or what is that? Agronomist. What is an agronomist? Horticulturist rings a bell, but not agronomist. Uni was too expensive. Yeah, post-secondary is normally quite a lot of money. An agronomist works in the field of agronomy, which is a branch of agriculture that deals mainly in field crop production. Oh, okay. This is what trace evidence is for. Also, I would let you steal my lunch and put some laxatives in it. Oh my god. Yeah, no one would ever want to steal your lunch again if that happened. Well, we sprayed Mr. Shelbs' amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we? We did, but there are 2 places in particular that are of interest, I would say. The handprints on the floor there. And on the wall by the picture, you mean? Yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. It won't be a moment. Oh, I won't be a moment. Huh? What is it, Miss Usato? Look here, Mr. Naruhodo. One of the floorboards has popped out. One of the... You mean... It's a secret hiding place. Excellent work, Miss Usato. So, what do we have in here?
Oi, what are you lot doing?
Inspector Gregson.
Stand aside right this minute. It's my job to investigate here.
No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips whilst we dig around under the floor here.
Your fancy talk's putting me off my food anyway, Shelves. A new bit of evidence is exactly what I need.
Wow, a secret hiding place under the floor. What a find. It's not a hiding place you can make use of in Japan. I don't think I could lift a straw to Tommy, Matt. No, I know. But I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there, too. Aren't you curious? Oh. I'll investigate at once. If not cooking, I want it to grow plants. Growing plants sounds like fun. Bring your own cooler bag, then there would be no need to store it in the office fridge. Would I be that... You know what, though? I feel like... I don't know about a cooler bag, but like, I think I would... If I had the money, I think I'd be petty enough to have like my own mini fridge at work, you know? Like, set that up in my... underneath my office desk. The British man eating chips is such a stereotype and very accurate. I want to try fish and chips. It sounds good. I like my lunch hot. I used to bring a hot bento box to uni. It's so difficult to keep lunch warm. I mean, it's not so bad if like where you're going has a microwave, but yeah, it's just so difficult to keep stuff warm. Even if you use all like the containers that are supposed to keep stuff hot. There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall.
How disappointing.
But then, how do you explain the handprints? I really can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in one place like that. That blinded me for a second. There you are, a print for you. Oh, thank you very much. His invention can make prints too? Now then, I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floor there.
I'm desperate to know.
And so am I. I missed many meals at school. I saved lunch money to buy PS2 games. At least you were putting it towards something you wanted. The Japanese hot bento box. You have to heat up the box before you put the food in. I also had a hot soup dish in the box. It was the bottom layer. Oh, I haven't seen those where you heat up the container before putting stuff in. You could put soup in a thermos. You could. I don't own one though. I'd love to know if there's anything hidden underneath that floorboard there.
Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we're well acquainted. Inspector Gregson, really, it's been too long. What is it, Sholmes? I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as we're such good friends. We're not friends. No, I suppose not. A dismal failure.
Yes, I heard. Ugh, I'd kill to know what was under the floorboard.
All right then, there's fair.
What?
You did discover the hiding place after all. I suppose I should at least fill you in.
Really, Inspector? Thank you.
Do it quickly, my dear fellow. If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather. Oi, stop making me out to be some kind of nut. There were 3 items under the floor there. A newspaper clipping, photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know?
We'll ask him about everything, obviously. It's basically a bento box thermos. It sounds interesting. I have never seen it, though. I want to make tom yum. Tom yum soup would be good. Now I want noodles and tom yum soup.
Looks like they were...
Oh, that's olive, isn't it?
Looks like this was cut out of the paper about 3 months ago. It's about a convict who got sick and died while he was serving time up in Manchester.
How terrible.
It made the headlines down here in London as well. The bloke had been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got him first.
You don't think this convict is Shamspeare, do you? Oh my goodness, he committed a capital offense?
And by the name of Selden, nasty piece of work, into burglaries and murder. They say the hoard he'd knocked off was worth about £1,000.
A hoard? Of treasure, you mean?
Jewelry and the like, but he'd hidden it somewhere, but no one knows where, and now he's dead. The papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell, or some such was the headline. Does it not strike you, though? Why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor? I suppose now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we've got on Selden back at the yard and see if I can turn anything up.
I'm really hoping that Shamspeare is Selden, because I think that'd be hilarious. There's this guy that stole and murdered, now he's just this little guy who frolics around in a Romeo costume.
So, this is the photograph I found. Looks reasonably recent to me. Yes, it would appear to have been taken on the street in front of the house here.
Or you know what? Maybe it's not Shamspeare that's the convict. Maybe it's this guy, but I don't know. What are you nomming on? I'm not nomming on anything tonight. I'm not hungry yet.
And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Garrett, the landlord, of course.
But who's the young man on the right? Mr. Garrett's son, perhaps?
Perhaps. You can take that print if you'd like.
Really? Are you sure?
We can presume, therefore, that the yacht already knows the identity of the young fellow, that is.
Ah, is that true?
Well, it's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work. All the more reason I'm not telling you. A dismal failure.
+1 to experience. Yes, I heard. I wonder why a photograph like this was hidden under the floor. I mean, Mr. Shamspeare himself isn't in it. So this must not belong to him then.
Photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Garrett was rather delighted to have been immortalized, probably made a proud present of it.
Hey, I want to know what's in this box though. I found a website for fire noodles in France, 10 euros for 5 packs, but they want 9 euros for delivery and only do free shipping after 100 euros. So you would need to buy 50 packs of fire noodles to get free shipping. Oh man. That's why I don't like buying stuff from online very often if I don't meet the free shipping threshold. It's just, sometimes it's not worth it. A Mega Sag? Yes.
Now, this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it? Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it if you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case? I wouldn't be in the least surprised. Yeah, funnily enough, I've already had a look. It's completely empty. What? Shamspeare, give us a clue, man.
You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruhodo. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box.
Yes, thin air. It's rather empty. Oh, it's empty, rather like how I feel inside. Is there nothing more to this box then? I wonder. I'm pretty sure we'll just examine it and something will pop up, yeah? Oh, it's not in our inventory.
Wacky! Oh look, it's that lovely little kitty cat. What was its name?
She's so cute. I really want a calico cat. Because I found the curry ones. I love the curry fire noodles. I still have 1 pack I can eat if I want. We're having a flash sale that ends in 1 year and 3 days. Yeah. You know, it's a legitimate website when they have flash sales that end in like a year and 2 days.
It's Mr. Natsume's, isn't it?
I don't think we ever asked him, actually. Why don't we call it, Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. I wonder how he got in here. Clever cat.
Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wagahai, here's something delicious I brought for you from the cat's meat man.
I'm crying. She's so cute.
He couldn't be happier now, look.
Isn't Wagahai a she? Because I thought the whole thing was like Natsume tried to take home a baby kitten that Wagahai had and like, you know, he got in trouble. It has a bowl? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Susato took a bowl for it. I just hope we can bring some happiness to his owner too. Can I examine Waggy? Oh! Hello, puppy! Do you see that? She's making bread. She's kneading dough. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was a cheeky little meow, Wagahai. She's so cute. Look at that. She's making dough. Oh. Oh, bow. Yes. Yes, she has a cute little bow around her neck. From far away, exclamation points look like L's. She's just loafing. She is. I gotta fact check. I swear to God, Wagahai is a girl. Because, like, I'm pretty sure that, like, maybe Wagahai is a boy, but, like, Natsume was trying to take one of Wagahai's babies back to Japan. I swear that's what he mentioned. Here I am Googling if a cat is male or female. What? It doesn't mention the gender. Oh, it is a she. Yeah, okay. Oh, and also, aren't females... Hold on. Because I was gonna say, aren't calico cats normally female or something like that? But I could be wrong. But yeah, Wagahai is referred to as a male cat, but gives birth during the end credits, as stated by Natsume after trying to smuggle them to Japan while on board the SS Buria. Yeah, right? I'm pretty sure he was trying to smuggle one of Wagahai's babies. So there can be male calico cats. But they're rare, right? Because I swear, I normally only ever hear about, like, female calico cats. Yeah, they're very rare, supposedly. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Wagahai is a girl. Anyways, back to the game. Oh, but he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever. I think he may not appreciate that after a while, and we have an investigation to get back to. Was that bonk to bring me back to course? Okay, there's nothing else we can look at in this room, I'm pretty sure. So we're just going to examine the stuff we got. Condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Manchester's Strangeways Prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. Wait, he had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead, before his capital punishment could be carried out. Okay, here's my theory. Selden, right, used strychnine to pretend that he was dead. So they thought he was dead and they probably, like, tossed him out of the prison or something like that, and then he's still alive, so, you know, he just woke up and left. That's my guess right now. We can't really look at anything in this photograph. We're gonna show Mr. Garrett this photo, I'm pretty sure, so let's get moving. Waggy is so cute. I love her so much. Oh my god. I would love a Wagahai plush. I don't know why they haven't made that. Like, that's such... I would buy it. Many people would buy it. Mr. Garrett appears to be out. God damn it. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. The one person I needed. Maybe if I go to the prison. Is he okay? Oh, Mr. Natsume is back. So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello.
I am a cat.
Sorry?
I don't know who Mr. Nutsme is or Hairlock Shums. I don't know about courts or trials or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat.
Mr. Naruhodo, he's trying to escape from reality. Oh dear, I'm experiencing a foot cramp. I'm gonna die a little bit. Wagahai is based on a book. I Am a Cat is the name of the book. Does Wagahai mean I am a cat in Japanese? Is that what it is? Wagahai wa neko de aru. Okay. I'm trying to. He already has. Completely. So, what's your name then?
As yet, I have no name.
Mr. Naruhodo, he hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality. Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume?
I am not a cat.
It worked. He's back to the real world.
What's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that. It's obvious. My accursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate.
I'm pretty sure the name of the author is Natsume Sosuke or something like that. Mr. Natsume, no. This morning's proceedings in court prove that there's hope.
Yes, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire was brilliant, but the Reaper is omnipresent in court, in my lodgings, here, there, everywhere.
What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss.
Oh, yes, we must. In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No! Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just pluck those out, then today, being in that courtroom was... It was the most moving experience of my life! Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire!
You're too kind. Scotland Yard found the remaining tea just as we deduced and are analyzing it as we speak.
There's nothing wrong with that tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's a solemn, sworn, Sosuke certainty.
Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night?
Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies.
And at the same time, you were both completely fine. As shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shamspeare then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. Sosuke's title, Wagahai, uses a very high register phrasing, more appropriate to a nobleman conveying grandiloquence and self-importance, which fits Sosuke's character. It does.
That rotten Shamspeare! What have I ever done to him?
You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently.
I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything at all.
Right.
But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner.
Let you know what, Mr. Natsume?
About the soap, of course. What else?
Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend?
Of course I am if I had money. I wouldn't have chosen to live an accursed existence in such accursed lodgings.
Oh yes, you said it's because the place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you?
Exactly, especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place, and it's trying to kill me.
Capital offender?
When I ask locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire that the next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps.
Okay, I'm pretty sure if I show him the newspaper clipping, he might say something about it. Oh, can I not present? Hold on, I gotta go back. Present. There we go.
What's this?
It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shamspeare's room.
Oh, so he knew, did he?
Sorry?
About this man, Selden. A convicted killer, and the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings.
What?
He's already taken one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another. A miserable, mustached, much maligned Japanese man.
Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit.
The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now, and at the time he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Garrett's house.
What? He lived where you do now?
That's right, yes, exactly where I live now, in my very room.
Oh my, your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense.
But before a sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started. The curse.
What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume?
It's already caused one death. A few months after the criminal passed away in prison, a man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. The poor lodger. He was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside.
Locked from the inside? Exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So that's the convict's curse, is it?
Yes, well, that was the start of it.
Sorry, I have a theory, but I don't want to mention it yet because I feel like I'm on the right track. Like, I feel like I'm on the right track. I mean, but I don't want to say it in case I'm right and it spoils something, you know? So I'm just gonna keep it to myself. Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume?
The official cause of death was asphyxia. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas.
Gas?
I only found that out after I'd signed the lease. When Mr. Garrett came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I'd probably have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily legal.
Lucky for Mr. Garrett, maybe, but not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. Now you believe this curse is affecting you.
It is. At first, I just felt as though I was being watched all the time.
And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you?
The dead are trying to take me with them. They come for me and try to suffocate me. Just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice.
But why is your room so cold?
London winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas.
But that's terrible. That's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. And then there's what happened to Mr. Shamspeare last night, when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident than can be explained by a curse, though.
Whatever can be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Garrett's room. I don't know if he'll know anything if we show him that photograph. Mr. Natsume, it's nothing much, but...
Ah, it's been too long since I've been offered a present with that delightfully humble etiquette of our home then.
What?
You're too kind. I accept it gladly.
Sorry, but I wasn't trying to give it to you, actually. Okay, never mind. Okay, I think it's time to go to Mr. Garrett's house. His room? He should be here. Ah, there he is. Ah, you're here now, Mr. Garrett.
Right, bally business it is for me, you know, getting out and about.
Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance?
Naturally, fate of my lodgings hanging in the balance and all that. Not a trial to miss.
Fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes.
Of course, the place has caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. There's the old haunted lodgings or some such.
Ah. Well, at least he knows.
Makes you wonder what the blazes is going on, don't you know?
Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago. You were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened?
Stopped off at the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business.
I see.
So, what brings you to my haunted abode today, eh?
Okay, we wanted to ask him also that photograph. I still want to know who was in that photograph. We're gonna show him the stuff first, actually. Mr. Garrett, could I show you this?
In quite a couple of days, as you can imagine. I'm afraid I'm rather tired. Haven't really got the energy in the old eyeballs, to be honest with you.
Some other time, then. Okay, maybe he'll react to the photograph. Mr. Garrett, could I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that your son who's with you there?
No, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name.
Duncan Ross. I don't know if it's any coincidence, but there's Bob Ross, so...
A street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot, just for kicks, really.
Was he by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume?
Yes, that's right.
The young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Moustache was waiting for, one might say.
Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before that Japanese chap.
Would you mind telling us a little more about him? Okay, we're gonna ask him about these 3 things.
Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks to that bally curse.
A convict's curse, you mean?
Ah, I heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel was arrested here, then the next chap in the room goes and keels over. And there was that woman who dropped dead just outside on the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. Die next day. Well, can't help but get the collywobbles, can you?
When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green? Because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Shamspearean, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still.
Yes, well, so is that blasted convict's curse, it seems.
Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, a fascinating history. Why, it sounds like the lap of luxury. I'm not so sure about that.
Well, there's no bath or toilet included and no fireplace either.
But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up here.
Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things, in case there are any mishaps or such like.
I think you've had your mishap already, sir.
That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes.
Heaven forgive me. The words just came to my lips.
Some fishy fellow from the far east and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh?
There's no need for that, Mr. Garrett. That's right. Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy.
He is undeniably peculiar, however.
It is right. Oh, it is? Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away?
Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone and he popped up the very same day. Never come across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were.
I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on so much as the cheap rent, actually. So, how long has Mr. Shamspeare been lodging under your roof?
That failed actor chap. Let me see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it.
Only 3 months. It's quite new here too, it said.
And to what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Garrett, if I might ask?
Well, it was that Selden scoundrel, as it happens.
Selden? The convict, you mean? Do Selden and Shamspeare have some kind of connection then? They're the same person, I swear.
That convict chap, Selden, passed away in the clink 3 months ago now, you see. Some malady or other.
Yes, we've seen the report from the newspaper at the time.
Well, it was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face. The actor fellow.
Really?
Yes, I remember it quite distinctly.
'Tis small, this world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shamspeare, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor offered erewhile for rent.
Terribly sorry and whatnot, but that won't be possible. Already have a lodger on the middle floor. Ground floor room's vacant, though.
Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine word unto thee.
Those girls must be ruffling your ears. The room on the middle floor's taken. It's ground floor or nothing.
Very well, we have an accord.
So he left something behind. He left all the... Oh, okay, it's clicking in my head. Okay, I'm not going to say anything, though.
Glad to hear it. Welcome to Briar Road.
Lo, a Shamspeare dance to celebrate.
But yeah, I think anyone else who is into mysteries and detective stuff has already figured out most of everything at this point.
From what I heard in court today, sounds like the chap was thieving gas. And he was 3 months in arrears with a rent too. Yes, the fellow was a bally player, all right.
Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garrett. We are most grateful. By way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my robe. Put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me.
What's happened to you?
Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learning of the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know.
Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines then. I don't recall that line. What play is that from? It's it's not one I'm familiar with. Okay, we're gonna ask him this and then we're gonna call it a night because I would like 1 hour to crunch in some studying.
Yes, Duncan Ross. Young chap was attending art school, had to work to pay for it, mind. Moved into the middle floor room about a year ago, after that criminal Selden was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them.
History of cheap rent, maybe, yes.
Yes, well, anyway. It was one morning about a month ago now. I hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers were up to at the time. So sadly, I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. Smell of gas that alerted me it was.
Ah, yes, synonymous with the smell of death.
Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. But once we got inside, we all bally collapsed.
Because of the gas.
Yes, the room was full of it, no air at all. The stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed.
So Mr. Ross suffocated to death.
Of course, police gave me a sound tickling off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house.
But even after you had all that work done, Mr. Natsume says the same thing. That the stove goes out at night whilst he's asleep in bed.
Well, that's the bally curse, the convict's curse. I've done my duty as the landlord now.
Someone's feeling defensive.
Ah, that reminds me, actually.
Yes?
About young Duncan, the night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady. Oh!
A love letter, you mean?
Yes, where did I put it now? Ah, here it is. Left it on my desk.
If you'll excuse me. Let me see now. What does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart.
Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence?
My dear Miss Usato, that is precisely why I prefaced my reading with, if you'll excuse me.
I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes, no.
Sadly, he didn't address it, though. So I've no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really.
I see. That's going to play on my mind. But really, the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave well alone. Yes, I suppose you're right.
Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing. However, there is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart.
Mr. Sholmes, please, I've already had to chastise you about this once.
My undying love to you, my colorful darling. Olive Green.
Huh? Olive Green? The woman who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside this house 5 days ago. The victim of the last case Sosuke-san was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday. Is it just chance that her name has come up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence? Mr. Naruhodo, whatever can this mean?
Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Miss Usato.
Okay, we're gonna leave it here. We're gonna save. And it is almost 11:15 for me. I have some textbook chapters to read. And you know what? Quiz is open book, so just pray for me that my RNG is good and that and it's like multiple choice and that the answers I pick are right. Okay, we saved. Okay, is there anybody is there anybody who is still streaming right now? There's not really anybody. What is this sniffing for? ChatGPT is such an advancement in education. Ask it to explain concepts. The only downside, it sometimes says things it is barely confident in as facts. Yeah, that's the problem. That's why I haven't bothered using it. Is there? Okay, well, there's like one other person who is also streaming this game. I think I rated them before. That like wolf person. Raid Pete, the main and tail guy? No, I am so scared. Please don't. I'm too afraid to raid big people. We're just gonna raid this one other person who's also playing this game. Yeah, because otherwise I would raid Cookie, but I don't think she's either not streaming today or she doesn't stream until a bit later. Ah, I accidentally canceled, forgive me. I did an oopsie. I forget that like closing something like cancels the raid. It's so dumb why it does that, but yes. Next stream is still later, well not later today / tomorrow, depending on what your time zone is, but yeah, that's gonna be more Witcher. What is it? I just have a few side quests and then I'll think about whether I want to stream myself exploring all the points of interest or not. Because I don't know if that's interesting to watch, me just exploring the map, who knows, maybe it will be, we'll see. But yeah, other than that, there's also Sunday, which is hopefully Dead Space 3. I still need to test if that's working properly. I haven't tested it yet. Honestly, if you're done with the game, I think once I finish like the side quests for Blood and Wine, I think that's probably when I'm gonna stop streaming it. I might Google what other side quests I can do in the game because I know there's some you have to discover. But yeah, we'll see. I'll probably stop streaming it soon and then replace it with something else. So yes, I will see you guys next time. Thank you everybody who stopped by. I hope you have a good rest of your day or evening. And yes, I'll see you at the raid.